Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. High above the emerald hills of Ireland, where the mists caress the mountaintops and the sky meets the earth in a soft embrace, there lived a giant unlike any other. This was not a fearsome creature of legend, but a gentle soul whose heart was as vast as the heavens he tended. His name was Finbar, and his story begins on a day when the world below was parched and yearning for the kiss of rain. Finbar's home was a sprawling cottage nestled atop the highest peak, its stones weathered by countless seasons and covered in a tapestry of moss and lichen. The giant's bed was a mattress of cloud-soft heather, and his roof was the ever-changing canvas of the sky. But it was his garden that truly set Finbar apart, for he cultivated not flowers or vegetables, but the very clouds themselves. As dawn broke, painting the horizon in hues of lavender and gold, Finbar stirred from his slumber. He stretched his enormous frame, his movements slow and deliberate, careful not to disturb the family of wrens that had made their home in the crook of his ear. With a gentle shake of his head, he dislodged the morning dew that had collected in his beard overnight, creating a sparkling cascade that nourished the thirsty plants below. Finbar's first task of the day was to tend to his cloud garden. He reached up with hands the size of rowboats, gently gathering wisps of vapor that drifted by. With the delicacy of a master weaver, he spun these ethereal strands together, his fingers dancing through the air as he shaped them into pillowy cumulus clouds. Each cloud was unique, sculpted with care and imbued with the giant's own warmth and compassion. As he worked, Finbar hummed an ancient tune, a melody as old as the mountains themselves. The vibrations of his deep voice resonated through the air, causing the clouds to quiver and dance in response. It was a song of growth and nurture, of the eternal cycle of water that sustained all life below. The giant's garden was a wonder to behold. Clouds of all shapes and sizes floated serenely in the space around his mountain home. Some were small and fluffy, like newborn lambs frolicking in an azure meadow. Others were grand and majestic, their silver-lined edges glowing in the morning light. Finbar moved among them with the grace of a conductor, leading a silent symphony, coaxing them into formation with gentle gestures and soft words of encouragement. As the sun climbed higher, Finbar paused in his work to survey the land below. His keen eyes, the color of rain-washed slate, could see far and wide. He noticed the patchwork of fields in the valley, their usual vibrant green dulled by weeks without rain. The rivers ran low, and the leaves on the trees drooped under the weight of the dry heat. Finbar's brow furrowed with concern, creating valleys and ridges across his forehead that mirrored the landscape below. With renewed purpose, the giant returned to his task. He gathered more vapor, weaving it into darker, heavier clouds. These he infused with extra moisture, drawing from the wellspring of compassion in his heart. As he worked, he whispered to each cloud, telling them of the thirsty earth below and the creatures that depended on their life-giving rain. By midday, a magnificent fleet of rain clouds hovered around Finbar, ready for their journey. With infinite care, he began to guide them towards the edge of his mountaintop realm. His enormous hands created gentle currents in the air, nudging the clouds forward like a shepherd tending his flock. As the clouds drifted down towards the valley, Finbar's gaze followed them. He watched as they cast cool shadows over the parched land, bringing relief to the plants and animals below. The first drops of rain began to fall, a light mist that gradually grew into a steady, soothing shower. From his lofty perch, Finbar could hear the joyful reactions of the world below. The leaves of the trees rustled in delight as the raindrops caressed them. Flowers that had been tightly closed in self-preservation now unfurled their petals, reaching up to drink in the precious moisture. In the village, children laughed and danced in the refreshing rain, their faces turned skyward in wonder. The giant smiled, his weathered face creasing with joy. This was why he tended his unusual garden not for himself, but for the countless lives that depended on the rain. Each drop that fell was a gift, a small piece of the love and care he poured into his work every day. As the afternoon wore on, Finbar continued to guide his clouds, ensuring that every part of the valley received its fair share of rain. He paid special attention to the farmers' fields, the forests where wildlife dwelled, and the streams that had run low. Under his benevolent watch, the land began to transform. The dusty brown earth darkened with moisture, and a vibrant green began to creep back into the landscape. While the rain fell below, Finbar turned his attention to replenishing his garden. He gathered more vapors, this time creating light, airy clouds that would bring pleasant shade on sunny days. As he worked, a family of eagles soared by, riding the air currents around his mountain. They called out in greeting, and Finbar responded with a gentle rumble that sent pleasant vibrations through the air. As evening approached, the giant began to wind down his day's work. The rain in the valley gradually tapered off, leaving behind a world refreshed and renewed. The air was filled with the sweet scent of petrichor, the earthly fragrance that follows rain after a long dry spell. Finbar took a deep breath, savoring the smell that drifted up from the lands below. With the sun setting, painting the sky in warm oranges and pinks, Finbar settled down on a cushion of clouds to enjoy the evening. He produced a pipe carved from an ancient oak, packing it with a blend of herbs from his mountaintop garden. As he puffed contentedly, the smoke mingled with the clouds around him, creating fanciful shapes that drifted lazily on the evening breeze. From the valley below, a sound began to rise. It started softly at first, but grew stronger as it ascended the mountainside. It was music, the songs of the villagers as they celebrated the return of the rain. Their melodies intertwined with the natural symphony of the evening, the wind in the trees, the calls of night birds, the babbling of newly invigorated streams. Finbar closed his eyes, letting the music wash over him. Though the villagers didn't know of his existence, their joy was all the thanks he needed. In these quiet moments, he felt connected to every living thing in the valley, from the mightiest oak to the tiniest ladybug sheltering under a leaf. As night fell and stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finbar prepared for sleep. He arranged his cloud bed, fluffing the vaporous pillows and pulling up a blanket of mist. The giant settled in, his enormous form creating gentle dips and valleys in the cloudy surface. Before he drifted off to sleep, Finbar cast one last look at the world below. The valley was peaceful, the land nourished, and all was right in his realm. Tomorrow would bring new clouds to tend, new rains to guide, but for now, the gentle giant could rest, lulled by the soft whisper of wind through his cloud garden. And so, as Finbar slumbered atop his misty mountain, the world below flourished under his unwitting care. The giants of legend might have been feared for their strength, but Finbar was loved by the very sky itself, a quiet guardian whose gentle touch brought life and renewal to all. Story 2. As the first light of dawn kissed the misty shores of Ireland's western coast, a solitary figure made his way down to a secluded cove. This was Ronan, a fisherman whose life had been shaped by the ebb and flow of the tides. Little did he know that on this ordinary morning, an extraordinary encounter awaited him, one that would fill his world with a melody he'd never forget. Ronan's weathered hands guided his small wooden boat into the calm waters of the cove. The rhythmic lapping of waves against the hull created a soothing backdrop to the awakening day. Seabirds wheeled overhead, their cries soft and distant, as if respecting the tranquil atmosphere that enveloped the area. As he rowed further from shore, Ronan's gaze was drawn to a cluster of smooth gray rocks that rose from the water. Atop one of these rocks lay what appeared to be a seal, its sleek form glistening in the early morning light. Ronan had seen many seals in his years as a fisherman, but something about this one captured his attention. He guided his boat closer, moving with gentle, measured strokes so as not to startle the creature. As he drew near, the seal turned its head, fixing Ronan with eyes that seemed to hold depths of wisdom and mystery. In that moment, a shiver of recognition passed through the fisherman. The stories his grandmother had told him as a child came flooding back, tales of selkies, magical beings who could shed their seal skins to walk on land as humans. Before Ronan's astonished eyes, the seal slipped gracefully into the water. For a few heartbeats, all was still. Then, where the seal had disappeared, a woman's head broke the surface. Her hair was long and dark, glistening with droplets that caught the light like tiny diamonds. Her eyes, when they met Ronan's, were the same deep, soulful ones that had gazed at him from the seal's face. The Selkie smiled, a gesture so warm and genuine that Ronan felt any fear or apprehension melt away. She swam towards his boat with fluid, easy movements, barely disturbing the water around her. When she reached him, she rested her arms on the edge of the boat, regarding Ronan with friendly curiosity. "Good morning, fisherman," she said, her voice as smooth and melodious as the gentle waves around them. "It's been many years since I've spoken with a human. Might we share a tale or two?" Ronan, finding his voice, replied with a warmth that surprised even himself. "I'd be honored. My grandmother told me stories of your kind, but I never dreamed I'd meet one." The Selkie's laugh was like the tinkling of small bells carried on a sea breeze. "Well then, we have much to talk about. But first, would you like to hear a song? Music often speaks clearer than words, especially between two worlds such as ours." At Ronan's eager nod, the Selkie began to sing. Her voice started soft, like the whisper of foam on the shore, then grew stronger, filling the air with a melody both familiar and otherworldly. It spoke of depths unexplored, of moonlight on waves, of the eternal dance between land and sea. As she sang, the world around them seemed to come alive in new ways. The water sparkled more brightly, the cry of gulls became part of the harmony, and even the gentle breeze seemed to carry notes of its own. Ronan found himself transported, not physically, but in spirit, to a realm where the boundaries between earth, sea, and sky blurred into one seamless reality. The song eventually faded, leaving behind a profound sense of peace. The Selkie smiled at Ronan, who realized he had tears in his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered, the words feeling inadequate for the experience he just had. "You're welcome," she replied. "Now, shall we share our stories?" And so began a friendship unlike any other. Each morning, Ronan would row out to the cove, and each morning, the Selkie would be there waiting. Sometimes she appeared in her seal form, playfully swimming around his boat before transforming. Other times, she would already be in her human form, sitting on the rocks, her seal skin safely hidden nearby. They exchanged tales of their vastly different worlds. Ronan spoke of life in his small coastal village, of the rhythms of farming and fishing, of festivals and folklore passed down through generations. The Selkie, in turn, shared stories of the deep ocean, of migrations that span the globe, of ancient undersea kingdoms and the secrets of marine life. But it was the Selkie's songs that truly bridged their two worlds. Each day, she would sing for Ronan, and each song was a new journey. One day, her melody might evoke the playful dance of dolphins, causing Ronan to feel as if he were swimming alongside them, feeling the rush of water and the joy of movement. Another day, her song would capture the vast, peaceful silence of the ocean depths, and Ronan would experience a profound sense of tranquility and timelessness. As the days passed, Ronan found himself changed by these encounters. He moved through his daily life with a new sense of calm and wonder. The villagers noticed the difference, remarking on the contentment that seemed to radiate from him. When they asked, he simply smiled and spoke of the restorative power of the sea. One particularly beautiful morning, as mist curled around the rocks and the first golden rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, the Selkie shared a special song with Ronan. This melody seemed to contain all the others within it, the joy, the mystery, peace, and the boundless freedom of the ocean. As she sang, Ronan closed his eyes, allowing the music to wash over him. He felt the gentle rocking of his boat, the cool touch of sea spray on his skin, the warmth of the emerging sun on his face. The song seemed to sync with his very heartbeat, and he felt a profound connection not just to the Selkie, but to the sea itself, to the land, to the sky above, to all of nature. When the song ended, and Ronan opened his eyes. He saw the world anew. Colors seemed more vivid, scents more distinct. He could hear the individual notes in the gulls' cries, feel the subtle changes in the breeze. It was as if the Selkie's song had awakened something within him, allowing him to experience the world with heightened senses. That was. I don't have words, Ronan said softly. The Selkie smiled, her eyes twinkling. Some things are beyond words, friend Ronan. That song is an ancient one, passed down through countless generations of my people. It speaks of the interconnectedness of all things, how the tide affects the land, how the moon pulls at the sea, how every creature, no matter how small, plays a part in the great symphony of nature from that day forward. Ronan carried the song within his heart. Even when he couldn't visit the cove, when storms raged or his duties kept him ashore, he could close his eyes and recall the Selkie's melody. In those moments, he would find himself transported back to the peaceful cove, enveloped in the gentle magic of their friendship. As seasons changed and years passed, Ronan and the Selkie continued their meetings. Their friendship remained a cherished secret, a magical intersection between two worlds. The Selkie never failed to appear, and Ronan never broke her trust by revealing her existence to others. In time, Ronan became known in his village as a man of unusual wisdom and calm. Children would gather around him in the evenings, begging for stories of the sea. While he never spoke directly of the Selkie, the tales he told carried echoes of her song, stories that left his listeners feeling peaceful and connected to the world around them. And so, in a small cove on the Irish coast, an extraordinary friendship flourished, one born of a chance encounter, nurtured by shared stories, and immortalized in song. It served as a gentle reminder of the magic that exists in the world, if only we open our hearts to hear its melody. Story 3. In a land where mist-covered hills rolled gently into the horizon and ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a cottage unlike any other. Nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, this humble abode was a beacon of warmth and wisdom, its thatched roof and whitewashed walls a familiar sight to all who lived nearby. This was the home of Ideen, the wise woman of Glenmore. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, Ideen stirred from her slumber. The aroma of dried herbs hanging from the rafters filled the air, a blend of lavender, rosemary, and thyme that seemed to whisper promises of healing and comfort. She rose slowly, her movements deliberate and graceful despite her advanced years, and made her way to the small window that overlooked her beloved garden. Outside, the world was coming to life. Dew glistened on spider webs strung between fence posts, catching the early morning light like strings of tiny diamonds. A robin, perched on the branch of an old apple tree, trilled a greeting to the new day. Ideen smiled, feeling the familiar surge of gratitude for the simple beauties that surrounded her. With practiced ease, Ideen began her daily routine. She stoked the embers in the hearth, coaxing them back to life with a handful of dry twigs. As flames flickered to life, she hung a copper kettle over the fire, the metal gleaming warmly in the firelight. While the water heated, she moved about the cottage, her fingers trailing over jars of dried herbs, bundles of flowers, and smooth river stones collected over a lifetime. The kettle's gentle whistle drew her back to the hearth. She poured the steaming water over a blend of herbs in her favorite earthenware mug, chamomile for calm, mint for clarity, and a touch of honey for sweetness. As she sipped her tea, she gazed out at her garden, mentally cataloging the tasks that awaited her there. Ideen's garden was a wonder to behold, a vibrant tapestry of colors, textures, and scents. Neat rows of medicinal herbs grew alongside patches of wildflowers that attracted bees and butterflies. Gnarled fruit trees, heavy with apples and pears, provided shade for delicate ferns and moss-covered stones. It was a place of both purpose and beauty, tended with love and deep respect for the earth's gifts. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Ideen donned her worn leather boots and stepped out into the cool morning air. She breathed deeply, filling her lungs with the crisp scent of dew-dampened earth and fragrant herbs. With gentle hands, she began her work, pruning, weeding, harvesting. Each plant received her full attention, her fingers moving with the sureness born of decades of practice. As she worked, Idine's mind drifted to the villagers she knew would be visiting her today. There was young Mare, expecting her first child and anxious about the changes in her body. Idine smiled, thinking of the soothing tea blend she would prepare for the mother-to-be and the words of comfort and wisdom she would share. Then there was old Fergus, whose joints ached with the approach of winter. For him, she would craft a warming salve of comfrey and arnica, its earthy scent a reminder of the land's healing power. And little Combe, whose nightmares kept him from restful sleep for him, a sachet of lavender and chamomile to tuck under his pillow, and perhaps a story to ease his troubled mind. As the morning wore on, Idine's basket filled with herbs and flowers, each carefully selected for its healing properties. The sun warmed her back as she worked, and the gentle buzz of bees provided a soothing backdrop to her thoughts. A soft breeze carried the mingled scents of her garden: sharp peppermint, sweet basil, pungent sage, creating an aromatic symphony that seemed to rejuvenate her very soul. By midday, Idine returned to her cottage, her harvest ready to be transformed into remedies. She laid her gatherings on the sturdy oak table that dominated the main room, sorting them with practiced efficiency. Bundles of herbs were tied with twine and hung to dry from the rafters, joining those already there in various stages of preservation. As she worked, a knock at the door announced her first visitor of the day. Mare entered, her rounded belly preceding her through the doorway. Idine welcomed her with a warm smile, guiding her to a comfortable chair by the hearth. "Ah, Mare, how are you feeling today, my dear?" Idine's voice was soft and melodious, instantly putting the young woman at ease. As Mare shared her concerns, Idine listened attentively, her weathered hands busy preparing a soothing tea. The kettle bubbled gently on the hearth, and soon the cottage was filled with the calming scent of chamomile and rose hips. Idine poured the steaming liquid into a mug, adding a spoonful of golden honey from her own beehives. "Drink this, child," she said, passing the mug to Mare. "It will ease your worries and bring peace to both you and the little one." As Mare sipped the tea, Idine spoke to her of the miracle of life growing within her, of the strength and wisdom that had been passed down through generations of women. Her words, like her remedies, were a balm to Mare's anxious spirit. By the time the young woman left, her step was lighter, her smile more confident. The afternoon passed in a similar fashion, with a steady stream of villagers seeking Idine's counsel and care. For each, she had a remedy, a kind word, a bit of wisdom gleaned from a lifetime of observing nature's rhythms and human nature's complexities. Her gentle touch and soothing voice seemed to carry healing power of their own, complementing the herbal remedies she dispensed. As the day waned, Idine found herself alone once more. The slanting rays of the setting sun painted her cottage in warm, golden light, catching the dust motes that danced in the air and turning them to sparkling motes of magic. She moved about the space, tidying here and there, her movements unhurried and graceful. In the quiet of the evening, Idine took time for reflection. She sat in her rocking chair by the hearth, a shawl draped over her shoulders and a cup of elderberry wine in her hand. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, the first stars began to appear in the deepening twilight sky. Idine's thoughts turned to the day's visitors, to the lives she had touched and the comfort she had provided. She felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that her knowledge and the gifts of her garden had eased suffering and brought joy. This was her calling, her way of honoring the earth and serving her community. As night fell fully, Idine prepared for sleep. She banked the fire, ensuring it would last through the night, providing gentle warmth and keeping the darkness at bay. She moved to the window, gazing out at her garden, now silvered by moonlight. The night air was cool and sweet, carrying the subtle fragrance of night-blooming flowers. Idine whispered a quiet thanks to the earth for its bounty, to the moon for its gentle light, to the stars for their constant presence. She felt connected to it all, the turning of the seasons, the cycle of growth and rest, the eternal dance of sun and moon. In her small cottage, in her cherished garden, she was a part of something vast and beautiful. As she settled into her bed, the soft mattress filled with fragrant herbs embracing her tired body, Idine smiled. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to heal and help. But for now, wrapped in the peace of a day well lived, she drifted into restful sleep. And so, in that quiet cottage at the edge of the village, where wisdom bloomed alongside healing herbs, Ideen the wise woman rested. The gentle rhythm of her breath mingled with the night sounds, the soft hooting of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant murmur of a stream. All was calm, all was well, in the wise woman's realm of healing and peace. Story 4. In a hidden corner of Ireland, where the emerald hills rolled gently into misty valleys, there existed a magical meadow known only to the most observant of travelers. This enchanted place was home to Finn, a leprechaun unlike any other. For while his kin were known for their mischievous nature and obsession with gold, Finn's heart belonged to the earth and the myriad wonders it could nurture. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, Finn emerged from his cozy dwelling, nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. His bright green coat shimmered with morning dew, and his auburn beard caught the early sunlight, giving him an almost ethereal glow. With a contented sigh, he surveyed his beloved garden, a riot of colors and scents that stretched as far as the eye could see. Finn's garden was a marvel to behold. Rows of vibrant flowers swayed gently in the morning breeze, their petals unfurling to greet the new day. Roses in every shade imaginable climbed trellises made of twisted willow branches, their fragrance mingling with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. Patches of herbs released their aromatic oils into the air as Finn's footsteps brushed against their leaves, filling the atmosphere with a soothing, earthy perfume. The leprechaun began his daily rounds, his small form moving with purpose through the winding paths of his creation. He paused to touch a drooping sunflower, his gentle fingers coaxing it to turn its face towards the strengthening sunlight. Nearby, a cluster of bluebells chimed softly as he passed, their delicate music a greeting to their caretaker. As Finn worked, he hummed an old Irish melody, the notes blending seamlessly with the ambient sounds of the garden. Bees buzzed lazily from flower to flower, their industrious hum a bass line to the high, clear songs of various birds. A babbling brook that meandered through the garden provided a soothing rhythm, its crystal clear waters home to darting minnows and the occasional playful frog. Mid-morning found Finn kneeling beside a patch of struggling seedlings. With infinite care, he loosened the soil around their tender stems, allowing them to breathe and stretch their roots. As he worked, he spoke to them in a low, encouraging voice, sharing ancient secrets of growth and resilience passed down through generations of nature's spirits. "They're now little ones," he murmured, his lilting brogue soft and melodious. "Feel the warmth of the sun, the richness of the earth. You have everything you need to grow strong and beautiful." As if in response to his gentle words, the seedlings seemed to perk up, their leaves unfurling just a bit more towards the sky. Finn's peaceful work was interrupted by a soft rustling from the edge of the meadow. Looking up, he saw a young doe emerging cautiously from the shadows of the forest. Her large, liquid eyes regarded him warily as she took a tentative step into the open. The leprechaun smiled warmly, remaining still so as not to startle the timid creature. "Welcome, gentle one," he called softly. "Come and rest a while. You're safe here." Slowly, the doe made her way into the garden, drawn by the lush grass and fragrant flowers. As she relaxed, beginning to graze on the tender shoots, Finn returned to his work, his movements slow and deliberate to maintain the tranquil atmosphere. As the sun reached its zenith, casting dappled shadows through the leaves of the old oak, Finn decided it was time for a brief rest. He made his way to a small, sun-warmed rock beside the brook, settling himself with a contented sigh. From his pocket, he produced a tiny silver flute, its surface etched with intricate Celtic knots. As Finn began to play, the garden seemed to hold its breath. The melody that poured forth was as clear and sweet as the brook beside him, weaving through the air like a tangible thing. It spoke of green growing things, of the dance of sunlight on leaves, of the deep, abiding peace that could be found in nature's embrace. The music drew listeners from all corners of the garden. Butterflies alighted on nearby flowers, their wings gently fanning in time with the rhythm. A family of rabbits emerged from their burrow, their long ears twitching appreciative. Even the doe, still grazing nearby, lifted her head to listen, her eyes half closed in contentment. As the last notes faded away, Finn lowered his flute and smiled at his impromptu audience. "Thank you for listening, friends," he said warmly. "Music, like growing things, needs appreciation to truly flourish." The afternoon passed in a peaceful blur of gentle labor and quiet observation. Finn tended to each part of his garden with equal care, from the grandest oak to the tiniest clover. He knew each plant by name, understanding its needs and quirks as intimately as one might know a dear friend. As the day began to wane, painting the sky in breathtaking shades of orange and purple, Finn made his way to a special corner of the garden. Here, hidden behind a curtain of weeping willow branches, lay a small, crystal-clear pool. Its surface was like a mirror, reflecting the changing sky above. Kneeling at the water's edge, Finn dipped his hands into the cool liquid. As ripples spread across the surface, the reflection changed, showing scenes from the world beyond the garden. The leprechaun watched as travelers made their way along distant roads, some looking weary and lost. With a thoughtful expression, Finn rose and made his way to a patch of glowing mushrooms that ringed the base of the old oak. Carefully, he plucked several of the luminescent fungi, their soft light pulsing gently in his hands. Returning to the pool, Finn set the mushrooms afloat on large leaves, creating a series of tiny, glowing boats. With a gentle breath, he sent them sailing across the pool and into a small stream that flowed out of the garden and into the wider world. "Go on, little lights," he whispered. "Guide those weary travelers to a safe place for the night. Show them that there's magic and kindness still left in the world." As darkness fell, Finn's garden transformed. Fireflies emerged, their gentle lights dancing among the flowers like earthbound stars. The glowing mushrooms cast a soft, ethereal light over the paths, and night-blooming flowers unfurled their petals, releasing their sweet fragrance into the cool evening air. Finn made one last circuit of his domain, ensuring all was well before he retired for the night. He paused to thank each plant for its beauty and growth, to wish the animals peaceful dreams, and to bid farewell to the last rays of sunlight slipping below the horizon. Finally, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn returned to his home beneath the oak. He settled into a chair carved from a single piece of driftwood, smoothed by years of use. From this vantage point, he could look out over his beloved garden, now bathed in soft moonlight. As he sat in quiet contemplation, Finn reflected on the day's events. He thought of the struggling seedlings now standing a little taller. He remembered the shy doe and hoped she had found peace in his garden. He pictured the glowing mushroom boats and imagined them leading tired travelers to rest and safety. A sense of deep contentment washed over the leprechaun. This was why he had chosen this life, so different from that of his gold-obsessed kin. In nurturing this small piece of the world and offering comfort and beauty to all who found their way here, Finn had discovered a wealth far greater than any pot of gold could provide. As the night deepened and the sounds of the garden softened to a gentle murmur, Finn felt his eyes growing heavy. The scent of night, blooming jasmine drifted through the air, its sweetness a lullaby to his senses. With a final loving glance at his moonlit paradise, Finn retired to his bed, a nest-like structure woven from soft grasses and lined with downy dandelion seeds. As he drifted off to sleep, his dreams were filled with visions of tomorrow's growth, of new flowers blooming and new wonders unfolding in his ever-changing, ever-beautiful garden. And so, in that hidden meadow where magic still thrived, Finn the gardener leprechaun slept peacefully, surrounded by the living tapestry he had created. His garden stood as a testament to the power of gentleness, the beauty of growth, and the magic that can be found in nurturing the world around us. Story 5. As the longest day of the year draped its golden mantle over the rolling hills of Ireland, the air itself seemed to shimmer with anticipation. This was no ordinary midsummer's eve, for tonight, the radiant goddess of love, light, and fertility would weave her enchantments across the land. In the quiet village of Knockainey, nestled at the foot of a hill bearing her name, the inhabitants prepared for sleep, unaware of the magical journey that awaited them in their dreams. The sun's last rays painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, casting long shadows across the patchwork of fields and hedgerows. As twilight deepened, a gentle mist rose from the earth, carrying with it the sweet scent of wildflowers and fresh-cut hay. The usual evening sounds, the lowing of cattle, the distant bark of a dog, the soft murmur of the village well gradually faded into a hushed expectancy. High atop Nakani Hill, and seen by mortal eyes, it materialized in a shimmering veil of starlight. Her hair, the color of ripe wheat, flowed around her like a living thing, and her eyes held the warmth and depth of a summer sky. She gazed down at the slumbering village with infinite tenderness, her heart overflowing with love for these simple folk who honored her in their traditions and daily lives. With a gesture as graceful as a swan's wing, In began to weave her midsummer magic. Gossamer threads of dreams spun from her fingertips, each one imbued with visions of peace, plenty, and joy. These ethereal strands drifted down the hillside, slipping through open windows and under doorways, seeking out the sleeping minds of the villagers. In the modest home of Farmer Brendan, the first of Innie's dreams took root. As the magical thread touched his brow, Brendan's furrowed face smoothed, and a small smile tugged at his lips. In his mind's eye, he saw his fields stretching out before him, the crops standing tall and strong, their golden heads heavy with grain. The sun warmed his back as he walked between the rows, running his calloused hands over the bountiful stalks. He could almost taste the sweetness of a successful harvest on his tongue. Next door, in a cottage fragrant with drying herbs, the village healer Shauban stirred in her sleep as Innie's dream found her. In her vision, she stood in a lush garden, surrounded by plants of every description. Flowers bloomed in riotous color, their petals unfurling before her eyes. Healing herbs grew in neat rows, their leaves seeming to whisper ancient secrets of wellness and vitality. Shauban felt knowledge flow into her, filling her mind with new remedies and forgotten lore, all gifted by the benevolent goddess. As the night deepened, Innie's dreams spread through the village like ripples on a pond. Each sleeper received a vision tailored to their deepest hopes and needs. The baker dreamed of ovens filled with perfect golden loaves, their aroma wafting through the village streets. The weaver saw her loom producing cloth of unimaginable beauty, threads of moonlight and sunbeams intertwining beneath her skilled hands. Children's dreams were especially bright and joyful. Little Min, who had been fretting about her first day of school, found herself in a sunlit meadow filled with laughing friends and kind teachers. Young Cormac, usually so shy, dreamed of standing tall before the village, his clear voice ringing out as he told stories that held everyone spellbound. Even the animals were not left out of Innie's midsummer blessing. In the barn, cows dreamed of sweet, endless pastures, while the farm dogs chased rabbits through fields of clover, their joyful barks muffled in sleep. As midnight approached, the peak of midsummer magic, In turned her attention to the heart of the village. Here, in the dreams of the elders gathered around the communal hearth, she wove her most intricate enchantments. These were dreams of community, of bonds strengthened and renewed. The elders saw visions of bountiful harvests shared among neighbors, of joyous festivals where music and laughter echoed through the streets, of wisdom passed down through generations like a precious heirloom. In one particularly vivid dream, old Mick, the village storyteller, found himself standing before a great gathering. As he began to speak, he realized that his words were painting pictures in the air, vibrant scenes from the village's history and folklore. He saw the faces of those listening, young and old alike, alight with wonder and understanding. In that moment, Mick felt the true power of stories to connect, to teach, and to heal. As the hours of darkness slowly gave way to the first hints of dawn, Innie's dreams began to take on a softer, more ethereal quality. They became less about specific visions and more about feelings, a sense of deep contentment, of belonging, of being cherished by the land and its guardian goddess. In the home of young newlyweds, Liam and Aisling, this manifested as a shared dream of warmth and comfort. They saw themselves in years to come, surrounded by children and grandchildren, their love having grown and deepened like the roots of an ancient oak. The dream left them with a profound sense of peace and certainty about their future together. For widow Bridget, who had been feeling the weight of her solitude, Innie's final gift was a dream of connection. In her sleep, Bridget felt herself surrounded by a web of golden threads, each one linking her to a friend, a neighbor, a member of her community. She understood in that moment that she was an integral part of the village tapestry, valued and needed. As the first light of dawn began to paint the eastern sky and gathered the remnants of her dream threads back to herself, she looked out over the village one last time, her heart full of love for these mortals who carried a spark of divine magic within them, often without realizing it. With the coming of day, the goddess began to fade from sight, her form becoming translucent as the mist that still clung to the lower slopes of the hill. But before she disappeared entirely, In bestowed one final blessing. She breathed out a soft sigh that carried on the morning breeze, touching each home in the village. This last gift was a promise that the peace and joy of midsummer would linger, helping to carry the villagers through the turning of the seasons. As the sun crested the horizon, its rays dispelling the last of the magical mist, the village of Nakani began to stir. One by one, its inhabitants awoke, blinking in the bright midsummer morning. As they went about their daily routines, lighting fires, drawing water, tending to animals, there was a new lightness to their steps, a brightness in their eyes. Throughout the day, neighbors greeted each other with warm smiles, sharing snippets of their dreams over garden fences. And in the village square, children laughed and played with renewed vigor, their games inspired by half-remembered visions of magic and wonder. The elders sat in comfortable silence, their weathered faces serene as they basked in the lingering glow of Ini's blessing. Though none could quite put their finger on why, there was a sense that this midsummer day was special, touched by something beyond the ordinary. As evening approached once more, the villagers gathered for an impromptu feast, sharing food and stories long into the twilight hours. Old mixed tales seemed more vivid than ever, painting pictures that lingered in the listeners' minds like half-remembered dreams. And so, as the longest day gave way once more to night, the village of Nakani settled into a peace born of Ini's midsummer magic. The goddess's dreams had woven themselves into the very fabric of the community, strengthening bonds, nurturing hope, and reminding each person of the wonder and potential that lay within them. High on her hill, and seen but ever present, In smiled upon her people. The magic of midsummer had passed, but its effects would ripple outward, touching lives and hearts throughout the turning of the year. In this small village, as in countless others across the land, the ancient connection between mortals and their guardian spirits remained unbroken, a testament to the enduring power of dreams, love, and the transformative magic of a midsummer's night. Story 6. In the heart of Ireland, where the mist-shrouded hills rolled endlessly into the horizon, there lay a meadow unlike any other. This was no ordinary patch of green, for it was home to a creature of legend, a puka, known in Irish folklore as mischievous shapeshifters. This particular puka had grown weary of tricks and pranks. Instead, it had discovered a profound joy in using its magical abilities to nurture and protect the inhabitants of its meadow. As dawn broke over the landscape, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, the puka stirred from its slumber. In its current form, that of a sleek black hare, it emerged from a cozy burrow nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. The creature's long ears twitched, catching the first whispers of the waking world. The meadow was a symphony of subtle sounds and scents. Dew-laden grass swayed gently in the morning breeze, releasing a fresh, earthy aroma. Wildflowers dotted the expanse, their petals unfurling to greet the sun, filling the air with a delicate perfume. In the distance, a stream burbled quietly, its clear waters reflecting the brightening sky. The puka set out on its morning rounds, its powerful legs carrying it swiftly and silently through the tall grass. As it moved, it kept its keen senses alert for any creatures in need of assistance. This had become the puka's new purpose, to be a guardian and helper to the meadow's inhabitants, rather than a source of fear or confusion. Near the edge of the meadow, where the grass gave way to denser undergrowth, the puka's sensitive ears caught a sound of distress. Following the noise, it came upon a young fox kit, its paw entangled in a thorny bramble. The kit whimpered softly, its bright eyes wide with fear and pain. Without hesitation, the puka transformed. Its black fur rippled and shifted, and in the blink of an eye, it had taken on the form of a badger. With careful, dexterous paws, the puka badger began to work at freeing the fox kit. All the while, it made soft, soothing sounds, its normally gruff badger voice gentle to calm the frightened creature. "Easy now, little one," the puka murmured, its voice a low, comforting rumble. "You'll be free in a moment. Keep still, that's right." With a final, gentle tug, the fox kit's paw came free from the brambles. The puka then used its new form's knowledge of healing herbs to quickly gather some nearby plant and leaves, chewing them into a poultice to soothe the kit's scratches. As it applied the healing paste, the puka felt a warm glow of satisfaction. This was so much more rewarding than the tricks and frights it used to deliver. Once the fox kit had scampered off, with a grateful nuzzle to the puka's furry cheek, the shapeshifter continued its journey through the meadow. The sun had fully risen now, bathing the landscape in a warm, golden light. Bees hummed lazily as they drifted from flower to flower, their gentle buzzing a soothing backdrop to the morning. At the stream that marked the meadow's western border, the puka paused to take a drink. As it lapped at the cool, clear water, its reflection shimmered and changed. The badger melted away, replaced by the sleek form of an otter. With a quiet splash, the puka slipped into the stream, its new body perfectly adapted to the aquatic environment. Underwater, the puka discovered a family of trout struggling against an unusually strong current. With powerful strokes of its webbed feet and streamlined body, the puka otter swam alongside the fish, using its larger size to break the current and create a calm space for the trout to rest. "Follow me, friends," the puka burbled, its voice adapting to carry underwater. "I know a quiet pool just ahead where you can regain your strength." Guiding the grateful trout to safety, the puka felt another surge of contentment. Each act of kindness, no matter how small, seemed to deepen its connection to the meadow and its inhabitants. As midday approached, the puka emerged from the stream, shaking water from its fur in a shower of glittering droplets. The warm sun quickly dried its coat as it made its way back across the meadow. The landscape had shifted with the changing light, shadows had shortened, and the colors of the wildflowers seemed even more vibrant under the full sun. In the center of the meadow stood a massive, gnarled oak tree, its sprawling branches providing shade to a wide circle beneath. This was a favorite gathering spot for many of the meadow's creatures, and as the puka approached, it saw that today was no exception. A diverse group of animals had assembled in the cool shade: rabbits, squirrels, hedgehogs, and even a few bold songbirds. Sensing an opportunity to bring joy to its fellow meadow dwellers, the puka underwent its most dramatic transformation yet. Its body elongated and grew, fur replaced by smooth skin dappled with earthy tones. In moments, the puka had taken on the form of a gentle doe. The assembled animals watched in quiet awe as the puka doe stepped into their midst. Even those who had seen the puka's transformations before couldn't help but be amazed by the grace and beauty of this form. With soft brown eyes that seemed to hold endless warmth and wisdom, the puka gazed at the gathered creatures. "Friends," it spoke, its voice a melodious whisper that carried on the breeze, "shall I tell you a story of our meadow, of the magic that lives in every blade of grass and drop of dew?" A chorus of eager chitters, squeaks, and chirps answered in the affirmative. The puka settled itself on the soft grass, and the other animals drew closer, creating a cozy circle beneath the oak's protective canopy. And so, the puka began to weave a tale. It spoke of the ancient spirits that had shaped the land, of the cycles of seasons that brought both abundance and rest. The story flowed like the meadow's stream, sometimes laughing and playful, other times deep and reflective. As it spoke, the puka infused its words with a subtle magic, not to trick or mislead, but to help its listeners see the wonder and beauty in the world around them. The afternoon passed in a haze of storytelling and companionship. The puka's tales sparked the imaginations of its listeners, encouraging them to share their own experiences and observations. Under the puka's gentle guidance, old grudges between species were forgotten, replaced by a new understanding and appreciation for each creature's role in the meadow's ecosystem. As the sun began its descent towards the western horizon, casting long shadows across the meadow, the gathering slowly dispersed. The animals returned to their homes and routines, but each carried with them a renewed sense of belonging and purpose. The puka, once again in its original hare form, made one final circuit of the meadow as twilight approached. The landscape had transformed yet again, painted in soft purples and deep blues. Fireflies began to emerge, their gentle lights dancing among the tall grasses like earthbound stars. Near the eastern edge of the meadow, where the land began to slope upward towards the hills, the Puka came across a sight that made its heart swell with joy. A family of hedgehogs, inspired by the day's stories, was working together to create a communal nest. Larger hedgehogs gathered soft grasses and leaves, while the younger ones arranged the materials into a cozy shelter. The Puka paused to watch, its long ears twitching with pleasure. This, it realized, was the true magic, not the ability to change shape or weave fantastical tales, but the power to inspire cooperation, kindness, and a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of all living things. As night fell fully, wrapping the meadow in a blanket of velvety darkness, the Puka returned to its burrow beneath the old oak. Curled up in its nest of soft moss and fragrant herbs, the shapeshifter reflected on the day's events. Each act of kindness, each moment of connection, had strengthened the bonds between the meadow's inhabitants and deepened the Puka's own sense of purpose. In the quiet of the night, as a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers through the meadow, the Puka drifted off to sleep. Its dreams were filled with visions of the days to come, more opportunities to help, to heal, to bring joy and understanding to the creatures under its protection. And so, in that special meadow in the heart of Ireland, a legendary trickster had found a new calling. The Puka's meadow had become a haven of peace and harmony, a place where the magic of kindness and cooperation flourished. As the moon rose, casting its silver light over the sleeping landscape, all was quiet, all was well in the Puka's realm of gentle magic and boundless compassion. Story 7. In the heart of Ireland, where the emerald hills rolled gently into misty valleys, there was a meadow unlike any other. This special place was home to Eileen, a young woman blessed with an extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with butterflies. As the first light of dawn kissed the dewy grass, Eileen stirred from her slumber, ready to begin a day that would weave magic through the very fabric of nature. Eileen's cottage stood at the edge of the meadow, its thatched roof adorned with climbing roses and honeysuckle. As she stepped out onto her porch, the cool morning air caressed her skin, carrying with it the sweet scent of wildflowers. Her bare feet sank into the soft earth, grounding her to the land she loved so dearly. The meadow before her was a canvas of colors, each hue more vibrant than the last. Bluebells nodded gently in the breeze, their delicate petals still holding droplets of dew. Poppies stood tall, their scarlet heads a stark contrast to the lush green grass. Daisies dotted the landscape like stars in a verdant sky, their faces turned expectantly towards the rising sun. As Eileen made her way into the heart of the meadow, she began to hum a soft, melodious tune. The notes seemed to hang in the air, shimmering like gossamer threads in the early morning light. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, butterflies began to emerge from their nighttime resting places. A peacock butterfly was the first to greet her, its striking eye spots seeming to wink in the sunlight as it alighted on Eileen's outstretched finger. "Good morning, little one," she whispered, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Shall we wake the others?" With a flutter of its intricately patterned wings, the peacock took to the air once more, circling Eileen in a dance as old as time itself. Soon, it was joined by others, painted ladies with their delicate orange and brown markings, bright yellow brimstones that seemed to carry a piece of the sun on their wings, and tiny blue coppers that glittered like living sapphires. As more butterflies joined the aerial ballet, Eileen's humming grew stronger, transforming into a song without words. Her body began to sway, her movements as fluid and graceful as the butterflies that surrounded her. Her long chestnut hair flowed around her like a living thing, catching the sunlight and reflecting it in warm, golden tones. The dance began in earnest now, Eileen's feet barely seeming to touch the ground as she twirled and leapt among the wildflowers. The butterflies moved with her, their wings creating gentle currents of air that carried the sweet scent of nectar throughout the meadow. It was a symphony of movement and color, a celebration of life and the interconnectedness of all living things. As Eileen danced, the meadow itself seemed to come alive. Flowers that had been closed tight against the night unfurled their petals, turning their faces towards the warmth of the sun. Bees emerged from their hives, drawn by the sudden abundance of open blooms. Their gentle buzzing provided a bass line to the higher notes of birdsong that now filled the air. A family of rabbits, initially startled by the activity, soon grew curious. They crept closer, their noses twitching as they took in the intoxicating scents of the flowers. A bold kit hopped right up to Aelen's feet, standing on its hind legs to better watch the mesmerizing dance. Aelen smiled down at the little creature, never breaking the rhythm of her movements. With a gentle gesture, she invited the rabbit to join the dance. To the kit's delight, a small tortoiseshell butterfly landed on its nose, its delicate feet tickling the rabbit's whiskers. As the morning wore on, more of the meadow's inhabitants were drawn to Aelen's dance. A young fox, its red coat gleaming in the sunlight, watched from the edge of the clearing, its usual wariness forgotten in the face of such joyous celebration. Overhead, a pair of kestrels paused in their morning hunt, hovering on the thermals as they observed the spectacle below. Even the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the center of the meadow seemed to be participating. Its leaves rustled in a breeze that touched nothing else, creating a gentle percussion to accompany Aelen's song. As midday approached, bringing with it a warm, golden light that bathed the meadow in an almost ethereal glow, Aelen's dance began to slow. Her movements became more languid, her song softening to a gentle lullaby. The butterflies, too, began to settle, some returning to the flowers to feed, others finding spots of sunlight in which to bask. Aelen made her way to the old oak tree, her feet leaving a temporary trail through the long grass. She sat at its base, leaning back against its sturdy trunk. The rough bark was warm against her back, and she could almost imagine she felt the slow, steady heartbeat of the ancient tree. The butterflies that had been her dance partners now settled around her. Some rested on the folds of her skirt, their wings gently opening and closing in time with her breathing. Others found perches on nearby flowers, their vibrant colors a perfect complement to the blooms. As Aelen sat in quiet contemplation, she reflected on the magic of the morning. Every day, she was grateful for her gift, for the deep connection she felt to the natural world around her. But it was mornings like this, when the very air seemed to shimmer with joy and life, that truly filled her heart to bursting. A gentle breeze carried the scent of sun-warmed grass and sweet clover, mingling with the more delicate fragrances of the wildflowers. Aelen closed her eyes, allowing the sounds and smells of the meadow to wash over her. The soft buzzing of bees, the distant call of a cuckoo, the rustle of leaves overhead, all combined to create a soothing natural symphony. As the afternoon wore on, Aelen's peaceful reverie was gently interrupted by a soft nudge against her hand. Opening her eyes, she found herself gazing into the liquid brown eyes of a young fawn. The delicate creature had approached silently, drawn by some instinct to the calm presence of the butterfly maiden. With slow, careful movements so as not to startle her visitor, Aelen reached out a hand. The fawn sniffed her fingers curiously before allowing Aelen to stroke its soft fur. A red admiral butterfly, emboldened by the fawn's trust, fluttered down to rest on the young deer's spotted back. As the sun began its descent towards the western horizon, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds, Aelen knew it was time to guide her butterfly friends to their evening rest. She stood slowly, her muscles pleasantly tired from the morning's dance. With a final, gentle pat, she bid farewell to the fawn, who bounded off to rejoin its mother at the meadow's edge. Once more, Aelen began to hum. This melody was different from her morning song, slower, softer, with a hint of twilight magic woven through its notes. The butterflies responded, lifting from their resting places to follow her in a gentle, swirling cloud. She led them on a meandering path through the meadow, pausing at certain flowers that she knew would provide safe haven for the night. At each stop, a few butterflies would peel away from the group, settling into the soft petals or finding shelter beneath broad leaves. As the last rays of sunlight painted the meadow in warm, golden hues, Aelen found herself back at her cottage. The final few butterflies, those that had chosen to make their home in her garden, fluttered off to find their evening roosts among the roses and lavender. Aelen stood for a moment on her porch, watching as twilight settled over the land. The first stars were beginning to twinkle in the deepening blue of the sky, and a crescent moon hung low on the horizon. The meadow was quieting now, the daytime sounds giving way to the gentle chirping of crickets and the soft hoot of a distant owl. As she turned to enter her cottage, Ailenn's heart was full of peace and gratitude. Tomorrow would bring another dance, another day of connection and joy. But for now, as the night wrapped its velvet cloak around the sleeping meadow, all was still, all was calm. Inside, as Ailinn prepared for her own rest, she hummed one last quiet melody. It was a lullaby, a gentle thank you to the butterflies, the flowers, and all the creatures that had shared in the day's magic. And as she drifted off to sleep, her dreams were filled with swirling colors and the soft beating of butterfly wings, a promise of beauty and wonder to come with the dawn. Story 8. As you settle in to listen to this story, take a moment to find a comfortable position. Let your breath become slow and steady, allowing the gentle rhythm to carry you into a state of calm. Now, let's journey together into a world of enchantment and tranquility. The whispering willow in the heart of an ancient Irish forest, where time seemed to flow as languidly as honey from a jar, there stood a willow tree unlike any other. Its gnarled trunk twisted skyward, supporting a canopy of silvery green leaves that cascaded down like a verdant waterfall. This was no ordinary willow, for it held within its weathered bark the wisdom of centuries and the magic of the old world. At the base of the willow, a crystal-clear brook bubbled and burbled, its gentle song a constant companion to the tree's whispered secrets. The water reflected the dappled sunlight that filtered through the forest canopy, creating an ever-changing tapestry of light and shadow on the forest floor. It was here, in this tranquil glade, that a young girl named Eileen first stumbled upon the whispering willow. She had wandered far from her village, following the meandering path of a butterfly with wings the color of the summer sky. As she pushed aside a curtain of ferns, she gasped in wonder at the sight before her. The willow stood tall and proud, its long, graceful branches swaying gently in the soft breeze. The air around it seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light, and Eileen could have sworn she heard faint whispers carried on the wind. Intrigued, she took a tentative step forward, her bare feet sinking into the cool, damp moss that carpeted the forest floor. As she approached the tree, the whispers grew clearer. They weren't words exactly, but rather a melodious hum that seemed to resonate deep within her chest. Eileen reached out a small hand to touch the willow's rough bark, marveling at the warmth that radiated from within. Suddenly, a movement caught her eye. From a hollow in the trunk emerged a wise old owl, his feathers a rich tapestry of browns and golds. He blinked slowly at Eileen, his large amber eyes filled with ancient knowledge. To her amazement, the owl spoke, his voice as soft and soothing as the rustling leaves above. "Welcome, young one," he hooted gently. "I am Finnegan, keeper of the whispering willow. What brings you to our peaceful glade?" Eileen, too awestruck to feel afraid, replied in a whisper, "I followed a butterfly, sir. I've never seen a tree like this before." "Why does it whisper?" Finnegan ruffled his feathers, settling more comfortably on his perch. "Ah, the willow whispers the stories of the forest, child. Every tale that has ever unfolded beneath these boughs, every secret shared by the creatures who dwell here, the willow remembers them all." As if in response to Finnegan's words, the branches of the willow swayed more vigorously, their leaves rustling in a symphony of whispers. Eileen closed her eyes, letting the sounds wash over her. She could almost make out words, now fragments of ancient tales and forgotten lore. "Would you like to hear a story?" Finnegan asked, his eyes twinkling with mischief and wisdom. Eileen nodded eagerly, settling herself at the base of the tree. The moss beneath her was soft as a downy pillow, and the gentle gurgle of the brook provided a soothing backdrop to Finnegan's words. The owl began to speak, his voice blending seamlessly with the whispers of the willow. He told of the forest's birth, when the world was young and magic flowed as freely as the brook before them. He spoke of the first trees that took root in the rich soil, of the animals that made their homes beneath the leafy canopy, and of the fairies and spirits that danced in the dappled sunlight. As Finnegan's tale unfolded, Eileen found herself transported. She could almost see the forest as it had been thousands of years ago, feel the raw power of nature as it shaped the land. The scent of earth and growing things filled her nostrils, and a gentle breeze caressed her skin, carrying with it the promise of ancient mysteries. The story flowed on, as meandering and beautiful as the brook beside them. Finnegan told of the changing seasons, each bringing its own magic to the forest. He described the burst of new life in spring, when delicate wildflowers pushed through the last of winter's snow and birdsong filled the air. Summer brought long, lazy days filled with the drone of bees and the sweet scent of sun-warmed berries. Autumn painted the forest in rich golds and reds, the crisp air alive with the rustle of falling leaves. And winter, with its blanket of pristine snow, transformed the woods into a glittering wonderland where the whispers of the willow could be seen as puffs of steam in the frosty air. Throughout it all, the whispering willow stood as a silent sentinel, watching over the forest and its inhabitants. Finnegan told of how the tree had become a gathering place for the woodland creatures, a safe haven where disputes were settled and friendships forged. As the owl's story continued, Eileen felt herself relaxing further into the moss. The gentle cadence of Finnegan's voice, combined with the soothing whispers of the willow and the melodious burble of the brook, created a cocoon of tranquility around her. She felt safe here, embraced by the ancient magic of the forest. Finnegan spoke of the many visitors the willow had welcomed over the centuries, lost travelers seeking shelter, woodland creatures in need of wisdom, and even the occasional fairy or sprite drawn by the tree's powerful magic. Each had left their mark on the willow, their stories becoming part of its ever-growing tapestry of whispers. As the tale neared its end, Finnegan's voice grew softer, blending even more with the ambient sounds of the forest. He told of the willow's deep connection to the earth beneath it, its roots reaching far into the soil to tap into the very heart of the land. This connection, he explained, was the source of the tree's wisdom and its ability to whisper the forest stories. And now, young Eileen, Finnegan said, his amber eyes fixed on the girl, you too are part of the willow's story. Your visit here, your wonder and your kindness, will be remembered and whispered for centuries to come. As if in agreement, the willow's branches swayed gently, its leaves brushing against Eileen's cheek in a soft caress. She smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace and belonging. The forest around them had grown dim as Finnegan's story progressed, the sun sinking lower in the sky. But rather than darkness, a soft, ethereal glow seemed to emanate from the willow itself. Its leaves shimmered with a faint, silvery light, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. Eileen knew she should return home, but she was reluctant to leave this magical place. As if sensing her thoughts, Finnegan spoke once more. Do not worry, child. The whispering willow will always be here, guarding the forest and its stories. You need only follow the whispers on the wind to find your way back. With a grateful smile, Eileen rose to her feet. She placed a hand on the willow's trunk, feeling once more the warmth and life that pulsed within. Thank you, she whispered to both Finnegan and the tree. As she turned to leave, Eileen noticed something gleaming at her feet. There, nestled in the moss, was a single willow leaf unlike any she had ever seen. It seemed to be spun from pure silver, etched with delicate patterns that shifted and changed as she looked at them. She carefully picked it up, marveling at its impossible likeness. A gift, Finnegan hooted softly. A reminder of the magic you've witnessed here. Keep it close, and you'll always be able to hear the whispers of the willow, no matter how far you roam. Clutching her precious gift, Eileen made her way out of the glade. As she pushed through the curtain of ferns, she turned back for one last look. The willow stood tall and majestic in the fading light, its branches swaying in a farewell dance. Finnegan had retreated to his hollow, but she could see his amber eyes gleaming in the shadows. With the silver leaf tucked safely in her pocket and the whispers of the willow echoing in her ears, Eileen began the journey home. She knew that whenever she needed peace or comfort, she could return to this magical glade, if not in body, then in her dreams and memories. The whispering willow would always be there, standing sentinel over the forest and keeping its ancient stories alive for those with the wisdom to listen.